Everybody just stuck.
No, just the napkins are.
When you gotta go, you gotta go.
We are live.
However, we're short a council member.
Yes, we are.
Oh, you're good to go. Oh, we're down. We're down a minute. I'm sorry.
So long as it's not a man down. Good afternoon. I would like to call the April 22nd, 2025 work-study session City Council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through a live stream on the city's website, and I want to remind the council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Lodge.
Here.
Councilmember Males.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Here.
Mayor Peterson.
Here.
All members are present.
At this time, members of the public may only comment on an item appearing on the work-study agenda. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not directed to individual council members. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers.
We will now move to the discussion item. Can we get a report from staff on item 5A?
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Tiffany Barnett, Administrative Services Director. Tonight, or this afternoon, we are going to give you the second budget workshop for the fiscal year 25-26. I do have our principal accountant here, Kalina Beasley, who will be running the spreadsheets in case we do need to get any further into the details. So with that, we'll go ahead and start the presentation, the workshop. All right, so the purpose of today's workshop is to update you on the revenue and expenditure changes that we've had since the first workshop, provide updates to the cost drivers and the fund balance. We also have 3 forecast scenarios, and then we're going to look to receive feedback from everybody. And on this slide here is our general fund allocation methodology. That we are how we are distributing the funds between non-public safety and safety, and then the 2/3, 1/3 split between police and fire. So that has remained the same. So on the revenue side, the changes that we have made, we initially started at a $14.6 million deficit. We were able to reach out and find some additional revenue adjustments that we could make. The first one is the motor vehicle, tax, $335,000. That is the difference between using the 3% conservative budget that we initially started with to the 6.2% allocation that HDL, who is our consultant, had recommended. The property tax is the same situation where we were conservative at 3% and HDL provided a 5.75% increase, or a 5.75% difference. So that gives us additional $255,000. We did account for about $200,000 of cannabis revenue in this next fiscal year. Right now, we do have one that is on board, and we're hoping to at least get 1 to 2 more additional businesses. So right now, that still is a conservative estimate, but we're hopeful that it's going to come in much higher. The transient occupancy tax, we also have $180,000 in audit findings that we're hoping that we can collect on the transient occupancy tax audit that was done. The HDL we hired to go out and do audits of 5 of the motel owners' books. And through that, there was discovery of under-collected funding. So we are anticipating of recouping a portion of that. The sales tax revenue is increasing $155,000, and this is the difference between the conservative approach of 2.1 to the still conservative approach through HDL of 3.1. The sales tax measure U, same thing, we were initially at 0.1%. We did move it to 1%, which is another $155,000. The transient occupancy tax, we are looking into short-term rentals, which would be Airbnb and Vrbo. This is a lower end estimate. It was about a 20% lock on if they were to rent out the ones that we had for the whole entire year. So that would be the amount that we would look to actually collect on those short-term rentals. We're also looking into billboard revenues, and we've built in $100,000 for that. There is the transient occupancy tax for the hotel increase from the 10% to the 12%. That will be around a $20,000 mark, if not more. And then also there is a reduction to the general fund overhead allocation, and that's due to the decrease in the ISFs on the expenditure side. So that reduces what can be collected and transferred over to the general fund side. So that is an actual draw on the revenue. So the sum of all of those is $925,000 that we're able to add to the revenue side. The expenditure cost drivers, this is a helpful tool just to kind of pinpoint out what is costing so much more from last year than or from current year into the next fiscal year. So the top number, of course, is our liability. There is an increase in premium, and this is an aggregate for 2 years. So there is a notation on the bottom that it's a combination of an increase of $1.8 million for next fiscal year, and then $3.2 million that was built in, or it was in this fiscal year. And then we do have the vacancy factor, which we did account for last fiscal year, or this current fiscal year, I'm sorry, that we do need to make up for in the next fiscal year of 3.117. The liability increase in excess claims, we are anticipating more out-of-pocket costs, so we did increase that $1.7 million for a total of $3 million for excess claims. And then, of course, the unfunded liability that continues to grow, which is out of our control, is increasing about $1 million. And then we also do have natural step progressions in existing personnel, along with a 3% COLA that is going to be presented at 7/1 for all bargaining groups, all employees, and that's at $1 million. And then there's a few other items there that are driving those costs up. So, okay. And this is just a reminder of the growing pension costs that are out of the city's control. And as we've discussed before, as the discount rate lowers, it actually increases the city's costs. So this depicts a good graphical presentation, how the discount rate has decreased since 2015, and then there's been a steady increase in the cost of our pension and OPEB trend data. Now, the OPEB should start leveling out and decreasing because a lot of that is for a lot of our retirees that are on lifetime medical, and as they transition out of the process, that does turn back as a cost savings for the city.
Tiffany, I'd like to expand a little bit on this slide because we had a subsequent slide in the recent Measure U committee meeting that we had. And we did a special calculation to contrast the OPEB employer costs from 2015 with 2025. How many more dollars would it cost us if we were using the 2015 employer costs in CalPERS? How much more money would we have available to the city? And the answer was about $8 million, because the costs have gone up substantially over the last 10 years. And most of that is a lot of it is attributed to economic performance on their investments. But obviously this reduction in the discount rate has pushed out the day where we're cresting with these classic employees. So we and many other public agencies are picking up significantly more employer costs due to maintaining the pension solvency at CalPERS. And so it's an important it's an important component to the challenges that we face because it represents such a large number. And you can see on this graph, just the pension costs in the last 10 years have risen from $6.7 million to $17.4 million next year. So an enormous growth.
Okay, so now for the general fund expenditure changes that we have adjusted to the budget to help reduce that gap. We have moved out the contract for CityNet, which was $1,026,000. We are moving the general fund, the general plan update from the use of general fund into the DIF fund. So that is a $500,000 movement. And then for the operations of non-safety departments, we have made cuts to the maintenance and operation budgets of $523,000. A lot of this, there were 2 duplications that were in there. One was a development study that's already undergoing this year and does not need to be brought through into next year. There was also grant writing that was budgeted for, and now that we do have the lobbying firm, we do not need to budget for that in the upcoming year. We also did reduce some of the on-call planning contract because of the anticipation of becoming fully staffed in the planning department. For police operations, there is a $250,000 reduction. A lot of that is for recruitment and background investigations, and there are some office supplies that we did decrease. Operations for fire has $50,000. Again, this is a reduction in the recruitment. We're doing really good on hiring, so that has we're not anticipating the need for the recruitment costs for the next fiscal year. And then we did pull back on some of the fire prevention contract services and some additional office supplies. And then for the internal service funds, which is where we got a lot of the savings, we actually are using fund balance from the funds of city attorney, IT, workers' comp, and retiree medical, who have a very high surplus of general fund. So we're actually able to pull those costs down and use some of their fund balance to fund those costs for those departments. And then we also did eliminate the equipment replacement for this next fiscal year, which is about $860,000. So this is, it does not allow departments to invest in that ongoing cost for vehicle replacement, but the hopes is that we can get like an additional year out of a vehicle if we get down to that. And then we also, for salary and fringe benefits, we did reduce police's overtime by $500,000, fire's overtime by $150,000. And then there is non-public safety positions that we did true up A large amount of that $267,000 is that finance. We moved one of our accounting technicians that was assisting with accounts payable back down into the utility billing area so that it becomes funded out of water, alleviating some of the burden on the general fund. Other adjustments that we have taken into account is another vacancy factor. Again, this year we are only looking at about $527,000, and that is due to being able to fully staff the city. This only accounts for 4 positions that we have. 2 of them are public safety operators. 1 is a police officer, and the other one is the city manager's management analyst that we are not looking to fill at this time. And then we are anticipating coming in with a much higher interest income, as like we did last year, of about a $3 million increase. So that is going to help offset the overall deficit. So these adjustments come to 3.5, and with the ones from the maintenance and operations and salary and budget benefits, we reduce the deficit from the 14.6 million down to about 13.4 million.
Just to clarify, on that last one, it's 3.4 million. That left parentheses looks like a 1 to me as well, but it's
Oh.
3.4 million.
Okay. Yeah. Still 3.4 million. Yeah. Okay. So this is just kind of more detail of the resources, which are the revenues that we're accounting for, is about 81.527 million. This is, of course, our largest revenue generator, sales tax. It is taking a little bit of a downslope, as well as the Measure U transaction tax. Property taxes are looking to increase, and then we're also looking to get a bump up in the motor vehicle license fee. And then the rest of the divisions are about breaking even for the most part, so we're not looking at a huge amount of increase in overall revenues for the next fiscal year. Then we roll into the expenditures. This slide right here is broken up by department. So you'll see the police general fund and police Measure U are separated out as our fire. And then we go into all of the other general fund divisions: Public Works, Department of Life Safety, Administrative Services, Community Development, the library, city manager. We do have some non-departmental, which is our animal regulation contract. We are still waiting to get an updated amount for that contract. It has to go through their board to get a finalized number, but we did budget that with about a 3% increase. And let's see here. You'll see that I've highlighted the other non-departmental amount because there is a $6 million increase there. I just want to point out that we had initially had that in the police general fund allocation, but because it will skew historical records of their budget, we decided to pull out that liability portion and put it in non-departmental. So that's where you see a big jump to the $6.4 million. For the one-time use of fund balance, we do have $2,196,000 budgeted. A large portion of that is going to be for a Pension 115 trust contribution. The breakdown is actually on the next slide, so we'll look at that in just a minute. And then we do have about $330,000 coming out of Measure U fund balance. And then we're looking at about $200,000 in transfers, which gives our estimated uses at $90,978,000. If we take into account that vacancy factor in the interest income, along with backing out those one-time use of fund balance, because it truly isn't going into the budget, it's a use of the fund balance, That's where the deficit is at $3.4 million. Where we're going to be using the use of one-time fund balance, like I said, is the Pension 115 Trust that is driven by policy. It's about $1.5 million, and that is an investment into the pension. Right now, we're about a little over $500,000 balance, so this would add a substantial amount to it. That is something that is going to be brought to council at a later date to determine the percentage that we're going to use. It's anywhere between, I think it's 15 and 30,000, or I'm sorry, 15 and 30%. And then we do have kitchen grants that we're going to invest another $200,000 into. The facade improvement program and another $200,000. Community enrichment grants, which we just gave out at a couple council meetings ago, of $100,000. Vandalism relief, and then there is a strategic plan item to repair the library's digital sign. A full comprehensive fee study, which it happens about every 5 years. So it's not a reoccurring cost, so we are going to use one-time fund balance for that. We looked at replacing the front doors in the City Hall lobby to do a little bit more of improvements in the building. And then we are going to put $20,000 towards Him It Beautiful to help that program, as well as the beautification program. So general fund use of fund balance is about $2.196 million. And then for the Measure U fund balance is for fire, and it's for the strategic plan item of the emergency preparedness and hazard mitigation for $230,000, and then Fire Station 3 improvements, $100,000. And I believe that those are for some immediate repairs due to some recent damage that'll help kind of get that in a better condition.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. On the Him It Beautiful, 20,000, I thought that was self-sustaining. I thought that was from grants and donations from businesses. Why are we putting 20,000 in it?
These are still draft, but whether it's Him It Beautiful or other types of efforts to support various community events, we don't have any of those dollars budgeted right now. So this is essentially a backstop for things like that. So these are essentially all discretionary to you. You have the flexibility to adjust these numbers. And this is part of receiving feedback today, is if there's something on the list that shouldn't be here, we want to note that. And if there's something that's not on the list that should be, we want to note that as well. And we also want your feedback on the amounts. So for example, just briefly with the kitchen grant, for example, when it went to the Planning Commission last week, the Planning Commission expressed some concern about the amount of $300,000, which we've appropriated in the current year budget, and questioned whether that was enough to help a restaurant open in the downtown. And so conceptually, as a nod to that recommendation that's coming to you later tonight, the concept would be to augment the $300,000 with an additional $200 to help a restaurant open in the downtown. So that's an example, and we're looking forward to your feedback.
Gotcha. Thank you.
This is our roadshow, as Mark puts it, the roadshow graph to show our general fund balance, how it's grown significantly over the years, and how Measure U has been a solid supporter for the city. And if we did not receive that revenue, there's no telling what position we would be in at this time. The thing that you don't see on this chart yet is the fund balance for this fiscal year, which we do have a very rough estimate, but it's not built into here to see that. So we'll see that in a future slide. So this is where we have kind of built out this current year where we're estimating to close. The first column there is the 23-24 itemized fund balance with an ending fund balance of 71.9, so about $72 million. The estimated close for this current fiscal year is it's an approximate deficit to that fund balance of 14.28 million. But I want to point out that a large majority of that is the investments from the one-time fund balance that we've used. And that's on the next slide, and that's about 9.2 million alone itself. And then we also do have budgeted in here that we do have to cover the cost of the negative cash balance in the liability account, which is $3 million at this time. So that is a large portion of that deficit where we were initially about to break even. It is a little bit more of a decrease, but it does have the one-time use of fund balance. So taking into account, if we started the closing of 24 at 72 million, we deduct that 14.2 million. That brings us to a new fund balance of $57.7 million. And again, this is very preliminary, and it can change. We do have it categorized into its buckets of restricted, committed, and assigned, and unassigned. So you will see that we still are maintaining our 40% reserve at $30 million. That is 40% of the expenditures for the year, and that's how we calculate the reserve balance. The Measure U is all inclusive, so that does include the fund balance along with their 20% reserve requirement. This slide here is the 9.2 million that I referred to. That is part of that $14 million, and this is the use of one-time fund balance programs. The two are a couple of the top items. The liability insurance premium for this year increased. We did transfer $1 million, or we're anticipating on transferring $1 million to help in the deficit of the fund, which was our hopes of. That was the method we had initially thought to deploy. We do have some CIP upgrades for the PD external upgrades, the facility upgrades for the police department. CityNet services, this isn't the full amount for CityNet, but it is a portion that we did pull from fund balance. The rest of it was ongoing expenditures. And then we do have the citywide street project at $500,000 that we're looking to expend by the end of this year. There will be some that is going to carry forward into the next fiscal year. And then you can see the remainder of the items here that we have been able to, that we are looking to either expending or have expended this current fiscal year. This next slide depicts the number of full-time equivalent employees that we have funded for the fiscal year. Compared to last fiscal year, there has not been any change. It remains static at 380.4. The 0.4 takes into account our on-call dispatchers. They are temporary part-time, so we count them about 10% of their normal cost. Now we're going to move into the forecast scenarios. I just want to preface this that they are just forecast in different situations. It's not necessarily that's what's going to happen, but it's just to give you an idea of this is what would happen if these events occurred in the future. This first scenario is a flat revenue. So that depicts for 26, 27, 27, 28, and fiscal year 28, 29, if we did not receive any increase in revenue and we just remain static. And it takes into account a 3% increase in salaries for 25, 26, and then a 2% inflationary factor for just regular ongoing contractual costs and CalPERS, other items that we're required to continue paying. So what it does is it just keeps the revenues flat and does a slight increase on expenditures of about a 2% increase. So with that, you can see that our revenues remain the same, but our deficit is going to continue to grow, which would become a structural deficit, which is something that we cannot get into. So we will have to deploy different factors if this is the future, is the scenario that the future goes. It's not necessarily what's going to happen, but it's just, again, a scenario. And then you can see how our fund balance depletes by the fiscal year 28-29. It would be 4.2 million. The scenario number 2 is a much more devastating scenario. It goes back to a recessionary period. And what we did here is we modeled the recession that occurred with this city here specifically between 2007, 8, 9, and 9, 10, where we did realize a decrease in revenues by 10%, 11%, and 13% respectively. So that does show a decrease in those years' expenditures by that percentage amount. So it's a significant decrease, but still maintaining the increases in employee compensation that will occur 25, 26, and then a 2% inflationary factor for the ongoing increases in CalPERS, and then ongoing operational contract adjustments. It does not take into account any additional employee compensation. And as you can see, the deficit by the year 28-29 is at a $40 million deficit, structural deficit. So if we get into a scenario where there is a devastating recession at this point, we have to cut expenditures at some rate to be able to maintain the city. The ending fund balance at that point in time would be $46.6 million. So as you can see, this is a very alarming scenario. Scenario number 3 is actually what I would like to think is more realistic, and it's looking towards forward progress that the city is making moves towards. In the revenue, a 10-year average increase for revenue is about 8% steady. So what that is doing is we're putting an 8% inflator on revenues, so we are receiving more revenues. And then at the same time, we're taking into account that we are entering into 26, 27 with 2 dealership incentive programs where we would do a cost share savings with them, where they would get 50% of their Bradley Burns tax, and then we would keep the other portion. So what that does is it decreases out about $234,000 is what we would pay out to an average dealership, and that accounts for 2 different dealerships in 26, 27. And then, of course, the 3% increase in 25, 26, along with a 2% inflationary factor for fiscal year 26, 27, and 28, 29 through 28, 29. And this includes the CalPERS increase that we can't get away from, and then standard operational increase on contracts. And again, no additional employee compensation is taken into account for these future years. In that, the 26, 27, I just want to make sure I'm reading this right. There's 2 dealerships in the 26, 27 forecast of revenue. And then in the revenue for 27, 28, we're taking into account that we're still having those 2 dealerships in the incentive program where we are doing a cost sharing. But we're also bringing on an additional dealership. So what that does is it almost washes out anything on the revenue side. So it's a wash where we would be paying it out, but we'd also be getting it in with a new dealership. So it gives a net effect of 0. And then we pick back up in the year 28, 29 with that status quo of revenue flow of the cost sharing of the 2 dealerships, and then 1 additional dealership is still on board with us to bring in revenue. With this scenario, we are still operating at a deficit through the year 26, 27. It's about 4.3. That is if we do not try and reduce our expenditures. But as of year 27, 28, we do start building back, and we're on a surplus side of about $1 million. And then moving forward, it starts to rebuild. So we are looking at a potential dip in our fund balance for sure, and then looking to make a comeback. And of course, this is in this scenario, which is hypothetical. It is a scenario. We don't know what the future is going to hold for us. So with that, I just want to remind everybody that they're for illustrative purposes only. They serve as a reflection for the preservation of our fund balance. Future years will need to be more carefully evaluated for the use of one-time funds for investments in projects. And then I just wanted to point out some important dates that are coming up. We do have a Measure U Citizens Oversight Committee meeting on the 29th, which is next Tuesday. Then we are going to have another Measure U Oversight Committee meeting that is scheduled for May 20th. We will probably anticipate on having one more meeting with the Measure U Committee between May 20th and the budget adoption. Right now, we do tentatively have budget adoption at June 10th, with June 24th if we do not meet that June 10th timeline. And then also we are anticipating that we'll probably have an additional workshop with the council members to give them more progress updates of what we've changed through the budget process. And with that concludes my presentation. And I'm here for any questions, any comments, any ideas that you might have.
Thank you for your staff presentation. Very good, very good. Council, do you have comments, questions?
This PowerPoint presentation, it wasn't sent to us,
Yeah.
correct?
No, it was not.
Can we get that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, you're all looking at me. Okay.
You touch your mic.
I'll be really quiet. On the audit of the TOT, you said there was either 120,000 or 200,000 that you thought we might be able to get from the audit.
Yes.
How do we do that, and do we have
well,
any recourse?
We do have recourse. Right now, the actual payments were due to us Friday. There was about $500,000. It was a little more than $500,000 of findings that they found. They were on two of the motel owners are still completely unresponsive, so we haven't heard anything from them at that point. I believe we can start litigation processes to recoup those funds. We do have 3 of the hotel owners did reach out, and they are challenging the findings. 2 of them are challenging. 1 asked for a payment plan, which was denied. So we are anticipating that we will hopefully recoup some of those costs through the process of litigation.
Okay. And on the Airbnb, we actually have, I shouldn't say that as a question, I should say it as a statement. We actually have Airbnbs that we've never, quote,
We do,
uncovered
yeah.
before because they weren't considered Airbnbs.
Yeah. We actually went out onto the Airbnb site as well as Vrbo, and we did a search for the houses here in Hemet that do rent either the home or a room or anything along those lines. We were actually surprised at how many there are. So that accounts for about a 20% collection if we were able to start that implementation in the beginning of next fiscal year.
Question, do we or can we, is it legal to do any type of a TOT on the RV parks? I mean, a lot of people live there permanently, but a lot of them do not. And I know there's recreational vehicles, the motorhomes, that type of thing, but they also have the mini houses, the tiny homes or whatever they're called, that they rent out on a monthly basis or less
We
than a
actually
monthly.
do assess a TOT. We do send that to them
Okay.
for those. I think there's 2 in the valley that we do send the TOT requests to.
Okay.
And now all of this is handled through HDL, which has been a huge benefit for us because they're able to do a lot more of the administration of it and oversight and make sure that they're keeping on top of them, where we were just trying to absorb it into regular staff duties and things were kind of falling through the cracks. So this has really been very beneficial for us.
Okay, I have one final question. How do the department heads feel about their individual budgets with cuts?
Currently we haven't had the time, the chance
Putting you all on
to
notice.
discuss with them what the budget cuts are. I did let them know at E-Team that is my intent, is to get that information to them so that we can work together to see if a different area needs to be reduced. But that was our benchmark goal, was to try and reduce about $1 million in maintenance and operation across public safety and non-public safety. So that was our task that we were given. Colleen and I went through it several times, looking at historical data, looking at the fact is if we're going to have recruitments in the future, or if we are going to pull back on some of the conferences that employees attend, anything that we can just kind of postpone, because we are in a state where we need to cut costs. So these are what we've discovered, but they will be shared with the departments. They just have not been at this point in time.
Okay.
Another way of thinking about this is we could also ask the department directors if they're happy to have almost full staffing, because we're at a point now with the council support on the compensation where we've literally filled everyone but we have several recruitments that are in motion, but we're expecting to fill everyone but 4 positions in the city at the moment. And so we would be at essentially full staffing citywide, which is probably the first time we've had that many employees in a long time, even in the wake of these larger pension costs. So I know that while we're going to need to sacrifice, there's a trade-off here. We are going to have to sacrifice, given this budget challenge, on as many expenditures as we can, especially if we're going to be moving forward with the full staffing model.
And it would be beneficial, I think, if council could know how they all feel and what is going to be cut from their activities in the year if there are budget cuts. But I also understand, I was around in the 2010 to 2015 era where we had to slash employees, and it was not anything I ever want to go through again. So building staff up is absolutely marvelous. We have been so thin for so long that is good, but we really need to be totally mindful that we don't want to go back to that again. So your dreadful scenario on there really hit home with me, and I don't want anybody on council or staff to ever go through that one again. That was very painful.
It may be helpful also to share with you that we attempted to, when we had a target of about $1 million of additional cuts between the last workshop and today. And so what we did was try to approach this proportionately within the organization. So half of that solution we were looking for out of the police department budget, followed by about 25% of the solution out of the fire budget, and the remaining 25% out of the remaining citywide budget, any of the other different departments. So we tried to apply those cuts proportionately to the extent possible, and we did take time to essentially preserve the training, especially on police and fire, given the insurance profile challenges.
Thank you. And in the discretionary money, I'm very happy that the library digital sign is included in that, because that's been gone unusable for many years, and it needs to be out there just as an information sign. So thank you for that.
And I know I wanted to add as well, we are working with the broker on our liability insurance premiums. They are very preliminary still. He gave us the high end of 6.5 million, and he is hopeful that it's going to come in a lot less than that. I wouldn't think any less than 4 million, but still that's a significant amount, and that will help the overall picture of that 3.4 million to kind of close that down. I'm hoping to get more information from him the beginning of May. Right now they are out to bid, and he is trying his best, and I know that The chief, he actually went to the Parma conference, was able to meet with our insurance carriers and give the testimony of what the city's doing, all the implementations that they've made, the training, and they were very impressed. So that was very beneficial for the city to have faces behind the name of the city, so that they can see that we are truly trying everything we can to make it better.
Very good. Thank you, Tiffany.
I do have a couple comments, and I was here for two of those terrible, terrible recessions.
That's right.
Yeah, six months after I started, we started laying off. So lots of panic attacks at my desk because I was the last person hired.
Yeah.
In fact, but I certainly support not losing staff. I'm big on training and conferences, but I understand that we're in a position that we do need to cut costs. I did have a question dovetailing off Councilmember Krupa's Airbnb. And so I know previously there was legislation regarding the ability to tax on that. So I don't know, Layla, if you have any history on that.
I know that Stephen has been advised of this, and I know he's working on that possibility.
Okay.
I know he's working with the city manager on it. It's just we're still in process on that to see how we can implement that.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, if it's something we're looking at for the 25-26, well, the council will need to take action.
Right.
So what's interesting on that specific question is the definition of a hotel in the city's existing ordinance states that it includes tourist home or house, short-term rental, bed and breakfast, motel and studio hotel, bachelor hotel, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's actually already itemized in our definition, which is wonderful. What we anticipate bringing to you relatively soon is a discussion of community standards and expectations for how they operate, so that we have some rules and expectations for everyone that operates in a short-term rental environment. And it would be important for us at that time also to check in with you to determine whether you have any concern at the moment about how many are out there. So we'll share data on what we find. But if we hypothetically were the city of Truckee and we had 2,000 of these operating, you would have some concerns potentially about those, and you may want to put some form of a cap on that and establish a process for recruiting them and licensing them. I don't think we're at that level. We have enough out there where there's real dollars that we're missing out on that really should be remitted to the city, and we anticipate bringing that to you before the end of the year, before the end of the current fiscal year, so that we can begin collecting revenue in July.
I'm glad our definition includes that, because in my almost former city, we struggled with that, and we're still struggling with that particular issue. And I love the idea of standards. So just to bring up an Airbnb that was listed in a city that will not be named, where they had, I mean, it was a garden hose hooked up outside of the building for a shower. And they called it a humanure toilet, but it was just basically a box with a hole in it. And a shed. It was a shed B&B. Yeah, I do believe that there should be some standards. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing what's out there. So I definitely agree with that. And great job, Tiffany and Kalina and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you both.
Thanks, Tiffany.
We will receive and file the presentation. There being no further business, we will adjourn the work-study session and move to closed session.
We're going to have to adjourn the meeting, and then we can come back for closed session at 5:30 as it was scheduled, Mayor. Just for the record.
70? No. We're gonna have an inspection type thing, aren't we?
We fought with that guy, and finally he pulled it down, so he took it off Airbnb because code kept going after him, and then he put it on Verbo, and we're like, dude, we know how to use the internet.
Go ahead.
No, go right
You
ahead.
know what?
I was gonna say hi to you.
I'm only doing one, right?
Yeah, you're going to read one and give it to two people.
Oh, okay.
Two different groups.
So, Mayor, I know that you know that we have to add an additional item into closed session. So if you can, after you do your announcement, you could just say, well, I'm just gonna what we need to do is actually vote it in, so we can discuss it in closed session, and then we'll go into closed session.
Okay.
So I have a little spiel that I could just.
Okay, okay, so you're going to take care of it.
Yeah.
It's just,
You could
you're
just say
giving me
signature made and whatever comments, and then I'll just add this in here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, are we at 30? Are we ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I would like to call the April 22nd, 2025 closed session City Council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through a live stream on the city's website, and I want to remind the council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Lodge.
Here.
Councilmember Males.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Here.
Mayor Peterson.
Here.
All members are present.
At this time, members of the public may only comment on an item appearing on the closed session agenda. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not directed to individual council members. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers, but we do have a comment by the Assistant City Attorney.
Thank you. For the record, I'd like to announce that we have been advised of a matter that warrants the addition of a closed session item to be listed as item 11C under the Brown Act. Specifically, this is a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subdivision D2, based on significant exposure to litigation. The facts and circumstances giving rise to this potential exposure came to the city's attention after the posting of the agenda, and there is a need to take immediate action. So we will need to have council to approve the addition of this item into closed session by a 2/3 vote.
I'll move.
I second.
City Clerk, may we have a vote?
Just want to confirm the second. Was that Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick, second by Councilmember Lodge. We'll do a roll call to add this item to the agenda. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Council will now proceed to closed session. Thank you for joining us. A report of closed session will occur after the deliberations.
These haven't been used.
Good evening. I would like to call the April 22nd, 2025 regular City Council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website. I would like to remind council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Lodge.
Here.
Councilmember Males.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Here.
Mayor Peterson.
Here.
All members are present.
The invocation will be by Pastor Glenn Schaumlawful from Cornerstone Church, after which Councilmember Krupa will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Thank you for this honor. Let's pray together. Our Heavenly Father, we are thankful for the hope of the resurrection that we celebrated this last Sunday. We are thankful, Lord, for the many churches in our community that uphold the truths that bind us together and that lead us to eternal hope. Father, we pray that this meeting would be conducted in a spirit of unity and camaraderie and respect as we seek together, as it says in Jeremiah 27, the welfare of our city. We pray for wisdom and for discernment and understanding of each of the council members and for our community members as well. Lord, give us eyes to see and ears to hear together, and help us as we navigate the challenges that we face as a city. Lord, help us to have understanding of one another's opinions and even major issues that are facing this council. I pray that you would give wisdom and insight to all of us as we seek the pros and the cons of various issues like the warehouses. Lord, help us to understand those issues from every angle and make wise decisions. Lord, I do pray for each of the city council members, for Jackie Peterson, Carol Kendrick, Linda Krupa, Tom Lodge, and Joe Males. Lord, help them to be able to lead with integrity, with honesty, with clarity. I do pray for our city attorney, our city manager, and our city clerk. We thank you for the leadership that's provided and the service that they render to our city. I pray for our Chief of Police, Michael Arellano, and Captains Glenn Brock and Captain Michael Muat, and the 4 lieutenants. I pray for our Fire Chief, Eddie Sell, the 15 captains and 21 firefighters and paramedics and 2 dispatchers. Lord, the jobs that they do are significant, important, and dangerous. Protect them. I pray for the homeless, the addicted, the trafficked in our city. I pray for those under financial hardship, those facing eviction. May you provide help and grace and mercy in a time of need. And Lord, we pray for strong churches, strong families, and a tight-knit community. And we ask that the upcoming community events, the day of service, the Saturday, would go well, that your hand of protection would be upon that. It would be a day of giving. And Lord, the results would be beneficial to this city. We pray for the Public Works Open House coming on May 17th, that you would also bless that event. We thank you for this time. We thank you for all those that are present. And we invoke your presence now in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please join me in the salute to our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Okay. We will now take communications from the public. There is a 3-minute per person time limit for all general public comments on non-public hearing items. All who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. Please state your name and item you are commenting on before speaking. We will now take public comment for items listed on the agenda. Are you going to call the names?
I have Roy Michael.
Is this listed on the agenda or not?
This says a general. Is this about something on the actual agenda?
Okay.
Okay.
This is not on the agenda.
Okay, these are just the
Oh,
agenda items.
okay, okay. Okay, my apologies. We have Jean Fainza. If you can step to the podium, please.
Hello, everybody. It's good to see you again. 2 weeks, been 2 weeks. I'd like to thank you all for the decision you made on April 8th. about the Newland Simpson warehouse. It was a courageous decision. There's a lot going on with it, a lot at stake for the city, a lot at stake for the developer. And I wish them luck. I hope they find a place that is appropriate, that does not impact the city the way that warehouse would. The developer, Greg Lansing, reached out to me by email last week, and we had a telephone call the next day for about 23 minutes, and I understand his point. He owns a lot here. He created the residence, he developed the residence we're in, the Del Webb, the Lennar across the street, the Pulte Syntax to the north, and he owns 400 acres across the street from us as well. Hopefully he sticks to what the use plan is for that, which is residential. He asked that we hold a town hall meeting at our clubhouse. I explained that I thought it was 2 years and several months late to request a town hall, and that the people in our community, it's a closed community, a closed clubhouse. We can't invite people from outside without getting permission, without signing them in, so it's not really viable. And I didn't think it would be helpful for him to have that town hall today. I'm not sure what his approach was or why he would. I referred him to the city. I said perhaps they would allow you to rent or use the library. They also asked for our contact list. I can't give out confidential information from people without their approval. I'm not reaching out to 573 homes, 1,000 residents to assist with that. So I wish them luck in trying to get that town hall together. Whenever they hold it, love to be there. But again, just want to thank you all for that, and also for the food trucks. Woohoo! Did we get the lobster truck? I'm not sure if they're coming this week, but I hope so. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
And we next have Paige Gosney.
Good evening. Just to clarify, this is for non-agenda or for agenda items? We were on agenda item 21E.
Correct. This is for agenda item 21E.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was speaking the correct tuning. My name is Paige Gosney. I'm land use counsel for Newland Capital Group, the applicant for the Newland Simpson project that was before you at the April 8th meeting. I had submitted a letter to the council regarding that decision, specifically regarding the vote that was taken, the action that was authorized, and the resolution that's before you tonight at item 21E. As my letter kind of explained, and as I'm sure you'll recall, there was a single vote taken on April 8th, and that vote was to deny certification of the EIR for the Newland Simpson project. There was no motion made, there was no vote taken, there was no authorization given, no direction given by the council to the city attorney or staff with respect to the various other land use entitlement applications that were before you as part of the collective Newland Simpson project. From that perspective, the council has taken no action on those entitlement applications. Those applications remain pending. They remain valid. You have the opportunity, or you have the requirement, I should say, in order to deny the project, to take a formal vote and take formal action on those entitlements in order for that denial to actually become effective. That being said, we heard you on April 8th. We heard the residents on April 8th. We've been working very hard since that time to take into account everything that we've heard and modify the project in a way that we believe would address the city's concerns, address council's concerns about this very important gateway into the city. We believe that with a little more time, we can present a modified project application to you, modified site plan that will address the concerns the council had about the Warren Road Bridge and about the visibility of the warehouse project or component of the project there. We're still working out those details, obviously, with the tenant who has been on this journey with us for 5 years, as well as with the property owner, Mr. Lansing. So there's moving parts, but we are fully engaged in that effort. We hope to be back before you with a modified project that we believe addresses those issues and concerns that you raised. But more importantly, there would be no legal mechanism you would need in order to take action on that modified project because you have taken no action on the land use entitlements associated with the project. The only vote that was taken, again, was as to the project EIR, and we would strongly urge you not to take any action on the resolution that's before you tonight. We would request that you continue this item to May 13th in order to allow us time to perfect this modification to the project that we can bring back to you, in order to allow time for the city attorney and staff to vet the legal position that's outlined in our letter and make sure that the city's position is as stated, is a viable position, which we don't believe it is. I will say that if you take action tonight to deny the project and to adopt the resolution as proposed, then we're going to be left with no choice but to respond accordingly, and that's not in our interest, that's not in the city's interest, and that's certainly not our desire. So, thank you very much.
It's being noted that we didn't have a report on the closed session, and we were going to take that right now.
Thank you, Mayor. There's no reportable action on items 11A and 11C. Settlement direction was given on item 11B by consensus. Thank you. We have a request to speak form from Tom Donahue.
Hi, my name's Tom Donahue with Newland Capital Group. I've met with you guys once each, except for Ms. Kendrick. Sorry to have missed you. As Paige alluded to, I think from the developer standpoint on the Simpson project, I think the word would be surprise. And I mentioned this at City Council and Planning Commission as well, that this has been a long process of 3 years of being in the EIR process of CEQA. It's been a lot of reports and a lot of words and a lot of pages. And we were surprised to get through the process as far as we did, and then get the recommendation from Planning Commission to deny, and then City Council's vote 2 weeks ago. That being said, I think there's a compromise between the City of Hemet, the City of Hemet residents, and the developer. What Paige had alluded to is that we are trying to do a better job with outreach. Even Jean mentioned that Greg Lansing, the seller, has reached out as well to try to bring more conversation in with the city. Back when you guys had the emergency conference in October on warehouses, you guys made some very good points about jobs, development, how development brings commerce and better streets and improvements. There's a lot of investment that comes with development. And so I think as Newland Capital goes, what we're trying to commit is that if the council would find it in your guys' hearts to continue this item, just to give it a little more time to breathe, we would like to sincerely try to bring the residents and the city into a place where there's a project there that benefits the jobs. I think we mentioned Rialto Distribution, and I think there were some impassioned employees that came in last time. And I think we have a winner. I just don't know if it, in its current form, was what the city was looking for. So Greg Lansing's reaching out. I'm reaching out. Our attorneys have requested, a pause or a continuation, and I think that's what our request is give us a little time to look at how to change the project. The triangle piece that has a trailer lot. Ty Newland, our owner, principal, 2 weeks ago had mentioned that we were willing to see a different vision for that. And, right there on Warren, I think there can be some more modifications. So I thought I'd just stand up for a couple minutes here and say thank you for being here, and changes are coming if you guys let us. Thank you.
Are there any other comments for items listed on the agenda for item 18A? No?
No further items on the agenda.
Okay. We will continue with item 18B, public comment for items not listed on the agenda. We have Roy Michael.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Roy Michael, and I have lived in Hemet. I do that all the time, I apologize. I have lived in Hemet for 10 years now. I can't tell you how many times I have been told by Hemet residents not to go there. Our hospital is owned by KPC Health. They also own the property where the Chipotle and the closed movie theater is located. Excuse me. And they also bought the Chase Bank building at Costin in West Florida. They bought that property a couple years ago, put a very nice KPC sign on it. Now it's a boarded up eyesore. That is one of the first things you see as you enter Hemet from the west. KPC was in very bad financial health a few years ago. Last year they did a temporary fix to their financial situation by drastically cutting costs on payroll, maintenance, including obviously mold detection, and closed the maternity room. Do you think the wife looking to start a family is going to move to a town without a maternity ward? They were finally able to show a profit last year. This is but a temporary fix. We need to court a large hospital group to come in and take over our 327-bed hospital. We need a company like Loma Linda Marietta to come in. That's where most of Hemet people go. They have a shortage of beds. I can tell you from personal experience, I've spent a few nights sleeping on a gurney in their hallways overnight. Problem is that Hemet Hospital is no prize. On the KPC website, they have photos of many of their 12 hospitals, but guess which one is not shown? We would have to sweeten an offer to another health group to have them consider us. Is there any city-owned property close by that could be offered, or a free lease to make a deal more worthwhile, or anything else you can think of? We need to do something. Or maybe Newland could build a hospital at Simpson and Warren. One other issue. The 66-acre plot next to Hemet West, where the warehouse is projected, is already causing problems. The old owner mowed the vegetation once a year around June. By June, it would be around 5 feet high. There was never any problem. The new Chinese owners have been cutting the fire breaks in the field, and now it has 3-year-old dead grass in about 2/3 of the field. A serious fire hazard. Last year, they decided to till the soil in those fire breaks. There are a lot of field mice on that acreage. When they tilled it last year, Lakes at Hemet West was invaded by hundreds and hundreds of mice. We had over 50 complaints from our residents to the HOA. The president of the HOA, Becky Grass, called numerous city people and was advised that nothing could be done. This is a fire and health hazard. Can one of you make a call? Jackie? Thank you.
The next speaker we have is Shaul Rosenroger.
Mayor, Council, I noticed that this year we don't have a Earth Day proclamation, so I wanted to just take a minute and remind all of us that everything we are doing here, everything we're building or not building, is happening on this very fragile planet that we call Earth, the only place that we know of that supports life. And I think it's a good idea to stop for a moment on Earth Day and remember. And I want to read something short. It's called Change is Here. Not everything can go up forever. For 100 years or more, we've been cutting, burning, tilling, and trashing our way to the future. And now there's no avoiding the truth of what's happened. Each of us is becoming aware that, like it or not, change is here. but the change can be for the better. It can create jobs, enhance careers, and give us a chance to focus on what we've overlooked. We can reconsider how we spend our days, the way we treat each other, and how we create a better world. The change is here. It's not too late. This is our moment to decide what to do with it. And after rejecting the vision of Hemet full of logistics warehouses and trucks, we're really excited about other things we can do in this community and how we can all have a great future. And in appreciation and to encourage you to keep up the wonderful job you're doing, we would like to give you a small token of appreciation.
Thank you. Oh, carpet on the neck.
That's it, right? We will now move to our presentation. The proclamation for Arbor Day will be presented by Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick to the Women's Club and the Rotary Club of Hemet.
Yeah, she's part of it.
Come on up here.
All right.
Okay, come on, Linda. Okay. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can be a solution to combating climate change by reducing the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting, heating, and cooling costs, and moderating the temperature, cleaning the air, producing life-giving oxygen, and providing habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community, whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now, therefore, the Mayor, Jackie Peterson, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the day of April 25th, 2025 as Arbor Day and urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day, support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands, and plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations.
So tomorrow, if any of you are available, we will be planting two trees, Aleppo pines, at Gibble Park at 1 p.m. So I hope you guys can make it.
And you're from the Rotary Club.
Hi, I'm Margie Wachter. I'm president of the Hemet Women's Club, and we'll be there at 1 o'clock holding our golden shovels.
Okay, great. Yes, we will. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to the public hearing items. The City Council's procedures for public hearing will be as follows. Staff will provide a report and clarification of items presented. The public hearing will be opened for comments for those in favor and/or in opposition to the item, followed by rebuttal to any comments made. The public hearing will be closed, and the city manager may respond to any questions raised by the public. The public will not have an opportunity to respond. Discussion will be brought back to the City Council for direction or action. Can we get a report from staff on item 20A?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. For your consideration tonight is the 2025 to 2029 Consolidated Plan, 2025 to 2029 Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice and Fair Housing Action Plan, and the 2025 Annual Action Plan drafts. These plans have been available from March 21st through April 21st for the required 30-day public review and comment period. As of today, no public comments have been received. The Consolidated Plan is a collaborative process whereby a community establishes a unified vision for community development actions. The Strategic Plan section of the Consolidated Plan sets forth program goals, specific objectives, annual goals, and benchmarks for measuring progress. And they are done on a 5-year basis, every 5 years. The Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice and Fair Housing Action Plan is a report to maintain the City of Hemet's compliance with the required Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing certification. The Annual Action Plan is a statement of the city's needs, goals, and objectives for allocating funds to eligible activities recommended and approved for the 2025 program year, which is July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026. Goals and objectives stated in the Annual Action Plan are established in the 2025 to 2029 Consolidated Plan. In order for the city to receive the CDBG funding allocated for 2025, HUD requires a public hearing and City Council adoption prior to submission of the Annual Action Plan by May 15th, 2025. Staff requests the City Council to conduct the public hearing, approve the documents, and authorize City Manager to sign the certifications for submission to HUD. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I will now open the public hearing. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers.
I will now close the public hearing. I will now bring the discussion back for City Council deliberations. Council, do you have any comments or questions?
No.
No?
You do?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Oh.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2025-2029 Consolidated Plan, CDBG 2025-2026 Annual Action Plan, and the 2025 and 2029 Analysis of Impediments to the Fair Housing Choice and Fair Housing Action Plan, and authorize the city manager to sign the certifications and grant application for submission on or before May 15th, 2025 to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
I'll second that.
City Clerk, may we have roll call?
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick, second by Councilmember Krupa. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
We will now move to our next public hearing, item 20B. Can we get a presentation from staff on this item?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. In the community, I'm Monique Alanese-Flater, Community Development Director. The public hearing before you this evening is an appeal, 25-001, for High Point Astor River Oaks Apartments. The appellant is Shaw Rosenreger on behalf of the Green Coalition of San Jacinto Valley. The applicant is High Point Hemet LLC. and this for property located at the southeast corner of West Stetson Avenue and South Elk. I will get it one day.
Swish and flick, right?
The property is 10.07 acres, located at the southeast corner of West Stetson Avenue and South Elk Street. Surrounding land uses include Sierra Dawn Estates to the north, single-family homes to the south, Pacific Senior Living to the east, and a vacant parcel to the west. The property is located in the high-density residential general plan land use of 18.1 to 30 dwelling units per acre. And the property has a zoning of R3 multifamily residential, 30 dwelling units per acre maximum. On March 10th, 2025, the Planning Commission approved a request to construct a 228-unit multifamily residential apartment complex processed under a site development review with a variance related to private open space and parcel merger to combine the parcels. The development includes 8 3-story apartment buildings and 1-story clubhouse and leasing office. The apartment buildings consist of studios and 1 and 2 bedroom dwelling units. The project includes a density of 22.6 dwelling units per acre on 10.07 gross acres, which is consistent with the general plan. The project amenities include a clubhouse with a gym, community spaces, co-working, a leasing office, a swimming pool, play areas, associated parking, landscaping, and landscape open space and community open space, as well as a dog park. The Hemet Municipal Code prescribes, in accordance with Section 90.48, provides the Planning Commission with the authority to review imposed conditions pertaining to the development of the property through a site development review. I want to clarify what a site development review is. The use of itself is permitted by right. However, what a site development review is an application to ensure that the development standards of the zoning, the building codes, fire and housing codes, as well as design standards, as well as the general plan, are in compliance prior to issuance of the building permit. In addition, the Hemet Municipal Code allows for the Planning Commission to approve a variance when the strict application of the zoning code prohibits or restricts the property from developing in a manner. So in this case, the open space requirement for private balconies was requested in lieu of providing more common open space and amenities. The grounds for the appeal that was received by the Green Coalition of San Jacinto Valley, they are here this evening, and I will allow them to elaborate on their reasonings for and the grounds for the appeal. However, in general, one of the notes was that email correspondence was sent to me via email on January 19th, 2025, prior to the public hearing, and was not attached to the staff report. This was inadvertent. It was not intentional. There was a email spam issue, which I've reported to IT, and the email that came from was from the coalition. So this will prevent that from happening in the future. In general, the grounds for the appeal was outlined in the email, and that what the Green Coalition was looking for the Planning Commission to include in the conditions of approval was not only what was required by the conditions of approval or by code, but in addition to that, the provisions of providing 100% self-sustaining solar panels on the development, as well as battery backup storage when no solar production is available, all electrical appliances, as well as 100% electric charging stations for all 453 parking spaces, in addition to electric bicycle and electric scooter infrastructure. The applicant did respond that the project complies with the 2022 CalGreen California Energy Code, in that the Green Code requires a minimum of 10% of the required parking spaces to be installed with level 2 EV chargers that are ready to go, as well as 40% EV ready receptacles, which is a little bit different in that it just requires the conduit and the breaker to be able to provide for futures. So the installation is done ahead of time during construction, so the conduit's ready for future installation of EV stalls. The project also complies with the conditions of approval required by the Planning Commission. If they were to include these conditions, it would create an increased cost to construction. Also, they wanted to highlight that the project is in compliance with Senate Bill 330 housing law. The Senate 330 housing law is the Housing Accountability Act, which limits discretion on housing approvals. And the law restricts discretionary review on market rate housing if the project complies with the objectives of the general plan, zoning, and subdivision standards and criteria outlined at the time and in effect when the development application was deemed complete. The only way to deny the housing project is if there was an adverse impact identified to public health, or if there was no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the adverse impact. And in this case, a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring program was prepared in accordance with the CEQA guidelines. With that is said, it is respectfully recommended that the City Council open up the public hearing and take testimony, if any, as well as uphold the determination of the Planning Commission approval of Planning Commission Resolution PC 25002 to adopt initial study and mitigating negative declaration and mitigation monitoring program, as well as the adoption of PC Resolution 25-003, approving site development reviews, SDR 23001, and variance 23-001 to construct the 228-unit multifamily development. This concludes my presentation. The appellant is here as well as the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I will now open the public hearing. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers. I do, however, have received a e-comment by K. Jones. No first name provided other than the letter K. And for the record, they wrote that they were opposed to the apartment complex built on Elk and Stetson. So I just wanted to enter that into the record, Mayor.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing. I will now bring the discussion back for City Council deliberations. Council, do you have any questions or comments?
What happened? Oh, okay.
So we're going to allow the appellant to provide a presentation before we go into deliberations.
Mayor, City Council members.
Do I need to open the public hearing again?
What? I'm sorry.
I'll have to open the public hearing again.
Thank you. First of all, I want to start by noting that this council have voted down the Simpson Road warehouse complex, and I wanted to thank you again for this decision. It's a clear sign that you really care about the well-being, health, and happiness of city residents. and I encourage you to stand strong. Thank you for taking time to address this issue. And I want to be clear from the start that the Green Coalition is not opposed to the River Oaks apartment project and does not intend to delay the project. What we do want, we want more high-density housing in Hemet, and we think more apartments are needed. We think that the location is great because it is close to the commercial area along Stetson between State and Gilbert. It's a good example for a 5-minute development where residents can easily reach services without getting into their cars by walking, cycling, or scootering a short distance. This is one of the strategies listed in the city's climate action plan. The reason for us filing the appeal was to call your attention for 2 issues. One is the problems with the way Community Development Director Monique excluded our written comments from the record and from the material presented to the commissioners. And the second one is the issues with the technology used in the apartments, which does not fit with the future housing in California and compromises future residents' health and safety. On the first issue, I don't think there's much to add. It's really important to have community participation in the planning process, and all comments need to be included. If decision makers are not presented with the information ahead of time, they don't have the time to think about it, to research the topic, learn more, and form an opinion. As it happened, I was present at the meeting and spoke about some of the points in the comment email, but this is not the same as including the comments in the staff report. I'm not sure what you can do about this, but we believe that city planning process needs a lot more input from the public, not less. On the second issue, California is in the process of changing many of its building codes and standards to reduce global warming gases. You happen to be the decision makers during these times of change, and here you have an opportunity to make this apartment complex fit with the future, not the past. On the issue of vehicle chargers, we've asked that all parking spaces will either have a Class 2 charger for electric cars or the wiring in place for a future charger. This is really important because the state of California is phasing out cars with internal combustion engines. If we're building for the future, not the past, we need to put in the wires and the panel capacity now, because the cost of doing it later is the cost of doing it after construction is going to make it almost impossible. Unlike a single-family home where the electrical panel is often located in the garage, apartment parking is too far from the apartment, and the renters will not have the option to add a charger. The state of California already mandates half of the parking spaces will be wired. You heard that. But as of January 26, all spaces will need to be wired. Are we going to tell the residents in 10 or 20 years from now, sorry, we knew that you would need a charger, but it was 8 months too early? We suggested all electric homes, which have been identified as a good strategy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to make the homes healthier and safer. Heat pump technology is now available to replace the use of gas. Basically, one machine does the job of heating and cooling. Also, there are water heaters and clothes dryers working on heat pumps. Gas stoves are being replaced by induction technology, which combines the fast response of gas with the efficiency, because only the pot gets heated, not the surface and not the air around it, as well as the safety feature, like a timer and the fact that there's no heat if there's no pot on the stove. There are a lot of problems with gas stoves and ovens. a lot of research is coming out in the last 5-6 years about the indoor air pollution from burning gas. If the amount of nitrogen oxide that was measured indoors was measured outside, it would be an air quality red alert. A good vent pulling air outside helps mitigate some of the problem, but not all of it. The biggest culprit, nitrogen oxide, irritates the lungs and is associated with asthma in young children especially. The reason it is still legal to burn fossil methane gas indoors is a testament to the lobby power of the big gas companies and the very successful campaign, Cooking with Gas. The state is set to phase out gas altogether in 2030. Again, we are building homes for the future. The cost of changing appliances from gas to electric after construction is staggering. It's around $50,000 to $60,000, mainly due to the additional wiring and panel upgrades. If we know this is the future, if we know the future is electric, why are we not making it happen today? Remember that homeowners will be able to make changes, but apartment renters will not have this option. The state is now offering, with money from the Inflation Reduction Act, all kinds of incentives to make homes fully electric. When you add the savings from not connecting the gas main and not piping gas and metering it through the project, it's possible to break even. There's also wildfire consideration. Gas lines add extra heat when building is on fire. There are no explosions and fires when there is no combustible gas going into a building. The last thing I want to talk about is electric bicycles and scooters. Despite the fact that these forms of transportation are getting very little government subsidies, if at all, they're gaining in popularity. Hemet residents, in particular, will likely always need affordable transportation, and electric bikes make it possible not only to run errands. An employee in a local business can arrive dressed for work and not sweaty from the workout of riding a regular bicycle. It's an excellent solution for what's known as the last mile, from the bus station to your home. Electric bikes are affordable, but they're also heavier than regular bikes. If you live on the second or third floor, where will you store and charge your bicycle? So let's plan for the future. A covered, lockable space to store or charge bicycles can allow a family to get by with only one vehicle instead of two or more, a saving of thousands of dollars a year. I hope that I made it clear that we want what you want, that the apartments we build today will serve residents well, that they will provide a healthy environment and keep their value into the future. In this case, the developer is asking for a variance. I think it leaves room for you to also ask the developer for a few changes, and they're not costly. I've witnessed the Planning Commission and council members interested in the cosmetic details of buildings and landscaping. I hope to encourage you to get involved in the details that really matter for the health and safety of residents and for the long-term value and utility of the buildings we're approving today. Thank you.
I will now close the public hearing. I will now bring back the discussion to the City Council for deliberations. Council, do you have any comments or questions?
Oh, I'm looking at everything, and CEQA was followed properly in process. And the EV and induction demands that they're requiring exceed the current state code requirements, and actually Hemet's own municipal code, and it doesn't require that level of environment enhancement be done. So I don't understand why, if we change the code or tell them that they have to have what you're requiring, then we can get sued for that because our codes don't require that. Correct?
That is technically correct. While the City Council does not have the authority to adopt EV charging standards that are more stringent than what is required under the 2022 California Green Building Standards Code, such standards must be formally adopted through local ordinances, supported by findings of local necessity, and filed with the California Building Standards Commission. And as of this point, the city has not adopted such an ordinance.
And
So
the state doesn't even require it. Is that correct too?
the state has minimum standards,
Yeah, okay.
which, yeah.
Well, that's just my point, so.
Monique, question. I heard two different figures here. How many units are we talking about total?
228.
That's what I thought, okay. That whole traffic in that area bothers me anyways. Stetson Speedway is getting worse. And adding a lot of traffic on there. I'll figure at least 3/4 of those houses are gonna have cars, at least one. And 3 stories kind of bugs me too, but there's no alternative plan for the traffic because there's no roads there, right? It's just gonna come out on to Stetson, go to State or Sanderson, right?
Yeah, so there, as part of the D.R. Horton development that occurred at Stetson and Elk, required the installation of a signal when they did that traffic analysis. So we have a signalized intersection, which was part of the study, and it determined that based on the level of service analysis, that it would not impact the level of service to the level that is adopted as considered acceptable by the city, but it would increase, obviously, because there is going to be people there. Yes. They would have access directly off of Elk Street. There is no access that would be served on Stetson, so that's positive.
That's what I thought. All right, thank you.
I have nothing. I'm good. I did have a question, but you addressed it at the end of the presentation. The question was if their market rate. So understanding that, that's why they went to Planning Commission, and it wasn't just an administrative approval by the Community Development Director. Based on everything that's discussed in the staff report, does the city have legal standing to uphold or approve the appeal to deny the project?
There has to be justification and findings to support that. So as far as what the applicant is saying, I mean, based on the information provided, the city's limited to applying the state's minimum requirements as set forth through Cal Green. They can't necessarily set stricter standards unless they go through a process.
Okay, and then I know that I think I brought up regarding Rule 1111 and concerns with that regarding retrofitting homes to go all electric, but then also the cost of going all electric just in the type of equipment that you have to purchase. And I do have concerns with the ability of the grid and, you know, PSPs and things like that. So, I mean, electric is great, but electric also has challenges as well. But I'm not seeing anything where we can make findings to approve the appeal. Those are just my comments.
Anyone else? May I have a motion for this item?
I can try. I make a motion to approve PC 25, right? Or,
You want to deny it, right?
no, I don't want to deny it. Why would we do, I wanted, okay.
We can just read, what, item for number 1 and 2.
Deny the- That's what I want to
Yeah.
do, deny the appeal. Okay. Number 3?
Number 2 and number 3.
Go ahead and make the motion.
I'll make a motion to deny appeal 25-001, the appellant's appeal of the Planning Commission approval of initial study and mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and adoption of the Planning Commission resolution number PC 25-003, approving site development review SDR 23-001, variance VAR 23-001 to construct a 228-unit multifamily housing community on a 10.07 gross acre site, and variance from the private open space requirements.
I'll second. I can do that.
Do we have to approve number 2 also, or just reading number 3 is okay? That's a legal question.
Legal.
We can read number 2 as well, just for the record, please.
Oh, okay. To uphold the Planning Commission's determination, the determinations of the Planning Commission to adopt Planning Commission Resolution 25-002 to adopt a Planning Commission Environmental Resolution Attachment Number 1 by adopting an initial study and mitigated negative declaration based on the findings incorporated in the initial study as provided in Exhibit 1A and 1B, and the conclusion that the project will not have a significant effect on the environment.
I second that motion. That motion.
That a motion?
That motion.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick, second by Councilmember Males. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Males?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
We will now move to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration?
Mayor, if I may, Mayor, staff is requesting to continue item number 21E to the next meeting, please.
May I have a motion for that?
You didn't get anything from me. No.
I'll make a motion to continue 21E to the next meeting of May 13.
13.
Yes.
I second that motion.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Lodge to continue 21E to the next city council meeting on May 13th, 2025. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Males?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Are there any other items you would like to pull from the consent calendar?
Yes, I'd like to pull 21D.
Anyone else?
I'm sorry, 22B.
21?
22B.
We're on 21.
Okay.
21.
She said that consent calendar.
Yeah.
Okay.
21.
Okay, 21. Gotcha.
21D.
Are we
I'm
good?
good, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm gonna wait for that one.
Can I have a motion to approve the remaining items?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
City-
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick, second by Councilmember Lodge to approve the consent calendar with the removal of item 21D for separate consideration. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Males?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to consent item 21D.
Okay. I just have a couple questions. One of them, thank you for consolidating these two projects instead of digging up the street twice.
Thank you.
But which side of the street is this on?
One is on the
west side. The Eastern Municipal Water District project is on the west side, and the city of Hemet is on the east side. But it's the middle lanes, so it'll keep the outer lanes in function.
So it definitely is going to impede traffic and
It
the
will. We want to
school.
make it as short as possible, so we can both get these lines in at the same time.
So just, you said it's up to Chambers now for the city and EMWD, both on opposite sides of the street.
Correct.
So you're going to continue that up to State Street? And
Stetson, yeah.
Stetson, I'm sorry, on State Street
On
to
State,
Stetson and connect.
To the existing infrastructure at Stetson, yes.
Good luck. I mean, it's a great project. We have to have it. Understood totally. Does that include, though, we're going to have to build another water tank at Echo Hills?
So this is kind of the step before that. Yes, we
Okay.
will be putting another storage tank at Echo Hills.
Right. Okay. How long do you expect this to take?
About 9 months.
How many?
How many?
Up to 9 months.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
We'll talk next year. Thanks. How big of a tank are we putting in Echo Hills?
It'll be another, I think it's a 2.5 million gallon tank. Yeah.
Very good. Okay, I have no more questions. But thank you for consolidating with Eastern on this one. It makes sense.
Thank you.
If no questions, I will make a motion to approve 21D.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
We will now move to the discussion items. Can we have a report from staff on the discussion item 22A?
Gladly, Mayor. Tonight's item for discussion is consideration of appointment of John Worth to the City of Hemet Planning Commission. And just my brief report, I just wanted to recapture that on March 17, 2025, Emery Papp resigned from the Planning Commission. We advertised for the unscheduled vacancy in the press enterprise, and we had applications on file through various efforts throughout the year. So we had 22 qualified applicants, and essentially Councilmember Krupa reviewed all the applications, and she has made the suggestion of appointing John Worth to the Planning Commission to fill the unscheduled vacancy and remaining term for seat 5 until April 1st, 2027. That's my short report, Mayor and Council.
Yes.
Thank you for the staff presentation. Council, do you have any comments?
Yes. Of course. I just want to say that I was absolutely amazed at the number of applicants. And kudos to the citizens for stepping up and submitting your names. And we do have other openings coming up, which is really, really great. I did not interview everyone. I did read all of the resumes that were connected. Very impressive on all of them. And my consideration to appoint John Worth was experience. And considering everything we are going through in the planning department, that I think experience is number one that we need to have, not only his experience with the Planning Commission, but born and raised in the community, lives in the community, and works in the community. So that is my reasoning for appointing John Worth to that position.
I just have one question. I know he was on the Planning Commission before. What took him off it? I mean, what's the reason behind him not being on it?
Go ahead.
His term expired.
Well, so we're doing it by seats now, and so it's now, instead of the entire council interviewing and selecting
That I'm
by
aware of,
a
right.
majority, it's
Right.
each.
But he was on the commission before.
He was on the
Why
commission,
why
but
was he no longer on
so-
it? Was it because of districts and?
Right, so
Yeah.
he was actually representing a District 1.
Oh, he was one of the ones.
So,
okay.
and
Okay.
we, you know.
I got it.
So we had 3 in District 1 and 2 at large, and so
How many do we have in District 1 now, if he comes on?
well.
You have 2 in District 1,
Just 2? Oh, that's fine.
Dana and Connie.
Yeah. No, and
Oh, there's
Jacob.
2 now.
No, Jacob's downtown. I think he's in 5. John is in sphere of influence. But
But-
you're-
so that's what,
He's
so.
he's replacing a sphere of influence.
So the process has changed to where it's now.
But we do have a sphere of influence already, though.
No, we don't.
I thought we got one.
Emery resigned. Emery was.
Not Emery, no, but the new one.
Emery and
the
John were our
veteran.
sphere. So
Okay.
we,
He's in 4.
Okay.
so,
Oh, he's in 4?
He's in your district.
Not him, no, not that one.
No.
so John is our
You're four.
first sphere, and we do have the ability to have a second planning commissioner in the sphere of influence.
Okay,
But that's
got
the
it.
maximum.
All right.
Right. I would make a motion to approve 22A with recommendation to appoint John Worth to the Hemet City Planning Commission.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Lodge. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Congratulations, John.
Can we have a report from staff for item 22B?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jolene Ferris, Deputy Public Works Director, Assistant City Engineer. This discussion item is for the assumption of the existing subdivision improvement agreement for parcel map 36566. The parcel map is located between Juanita Street and Buena Vista Street, north of Kimball Avenue. The original parcel included the area bounded by yellow, and Frontier California Incorporated subdivided the parcel with parcel map 36566 into 2 parcels shown in blue and red. They now wish to sell the blue parcel to the Simon Chu and Kiki Chu Family Trust and for the new owner to assume the subdivision improvement agreement. The outstanding improvements include construction of 6 streetlights, installation of 1,143 square feet of landscaping and irrigation, removal and replacement of 160 square feet of existing curb ramp, and removal and replacement of 1,549 square feet of existing drive approaches. New bonds have been supplied by the Simon Chu and Kiki Chu Family Trust, and staff is asking council to either approve the replacement agreement, do not approve the replacement agreement, or to provide alternative direction to staff.
Oh.
Okay, now. I'll
Thank
go.
you for your staff presentation. Council, do you have any comments or questions?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. There's a few.
Thank you, Mayor Peterson. I want to go on the record right now and strongly oppose the approval of this replacement subdivision improvement agreement for parcel map 36566 with Simon Chu and the Kiki Chu Family Trust. We have to be honest. Simon Chu owns over 50 properties, and we've had too many issues, long-lasting code enforcement violations, some dating back years, even a decade ago. One of the properties has been sitting vacant with no roof for who knows how long. And there's still open codes or violations on some of these buildings, and I don't think we should approve this for that reason. We don't need another property just standing there not being fixed up, or having someone just let it sit and rot, whatever it is. But I just don't think it's right to add an additional property and not know if they're going to ever do anything with it, or let it just sit. So that's where I stand.
My questions were going to be: can we put a time limit on him, and can we do things to make sure this project is done in a reasonable timeline, unlike other projects that he's involved with?
I believe, Layla,
I
that
don't know
would
if
be
we
our
can-
city attorney. We could put that in the subdivision improvement
I don't know if
agreement,
we
the
can do that or not.
assumption. Put a timeline. I believe there is one.
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe
Okay.
so.
It's 3 years.
Before I approve it, I need to know what it is.
So I would like to see the list of improvements in the packet, and what are the cost of those improvements?
The bond amount that we have, those bonds are included in the attachments. It's $276,989.
And what happens if we don't approve it?
Then the parcel map is already approved, and we have a subdivision improvement agreement with Frontier California Incorporated already. So those improvements would then just stay with Frontier and have to be constructed by Frontier.
Is Frontier still the property owner?
Correct,
Okay.
right now.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah.
Just one question. On the map you had, the parcel map you had up, what is the carve-out?
There you go. The carve out where?
In the blue.
So is the
I mean,
blue
it's,
is
it's
his?
not square.
Yeah,
or
so the
rectangle.
blue is parcel 1 and the red is parcel 2.
Yeah, but what's the brown?
The brown?
It goes like this and this and this and this.
Right, it goes like this. up,
There's
and then-
maybe
Yeah,
just a
but
shadow or
that-
something.
It
Oh,
all
the brown
it
area.
all fronts on Kimball,
Right.
right? Isn't
Yeah,
it?
she was asking about the brown area, which
Next
would
to
be
the blue
north,
area.
north of the blue.
North of the blue?
Yeah.
City Hall.
That's
That's City Hall
That's
is
City
the north
Hall.
part. And then the yellow, the outline of the yellow is the original individual parcel. And then parcel map 36566 broke it up into those two different colored ones.
Okay, which one are we talking about? Who?
The red one, right now they're both owned by Frontier.
Right.
The red one is the one that would be sold to Simon Chu and Kiki Chu Family Trust.
Okay, I was looking at it the opposite direction, that the blue was fronting on Kimball and not against to City Hall.
Got it.
Okay.
I should have put a north arrow. Sorry
That's-
about that.
That's my question.
Okay, sorry about that.
So it says that the developer is in the process of selling this. Do we know how far along they are and everything? Like, what needs to be done yet?
I
before
believe-
it's a done deal?
As far as I know, it is contingent upon this assumption of this agreement.
Is there any way to increase the bond? Because
I
I
mean,
don't
we
think
can-
that's enough.
I believe we can. I don't, it's,
I don't necessarily know the answer to that necessarily without looking into it a little bit further.
Yeah, I'd like to look at that
So it-
breakdown too.
Yeah, if we deny this, then Frontier will continue looking for a buyer? Is that basically what will happen?
probably, yeah, and then they'd still be the one that would be responsible. Because there is a subdivision improvement agreement right now with them, so it would still remain with them, and they would be responsible for constructing the improvements.
Okay.
But how long has that subdivision improvement agreement been in place with Frontier? Not very long.
No, it's October, I believe?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so.
Give them a chance to improve it.
So they have time.
Yeah.
I would also like to note that disapproval of this subdivision map should be based on findings, not, should have some form of justification.
Doesn't a track record show justification? I mean, common sense there.
Well, yeah.
It's just my opinion.
Do you think it would be prudent to continue this item and allow more legal research?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, because I don't want to put us in the news on this, and I think we should research it some more.
Make the motion.
I make a motion that we continue this item.
Do we have a date certain or just to continue the item?
Continue.
To the next meeting?
We
To
can
the
do
next
the
meeting?
next meeting
Yeah,
or,
May, what is it, 13th?
How about the last meeting in May?
How about the last meeting in May? We'll put it there.
I'll second that.
City Clerk, may we have a roll call?
I have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick to continue this item for further information to May 27th City Council meeting, regular City Council meeting. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Males?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
That motion passes 4-1.
Can we have a report from staff for item 22C?
Perfect. Well, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City Manager, sir. Today I'll be presenting the Downtown Kitchen Grant. I sure it was updated. It was not planning commission. It is for the city council meeting today. For April, I believe is the 22nd date. I forget the date, but today is the downtown kitchen grant, and I'm gonna go briefly because we did present this last week to the planning commission. Got some great feedback from them, but this is really gonna outline the Hemet Rises Economic Strategic Plan, an award-winning strategic plan, and it really covers a couple of those key points: downtown experiences, bringing new dining options, and more importantly, having something to do in our downtown. It's future investment for new revenue as we're thinking long term. This having restaurants in our downtown is really going to capitalize and having a destination, somewhere to go where no longer people are just here for 36 minutes, they're here past 2 hours. And all it takes, before I get started, is one restaurant. That's all it takes. It's one to be a game changer. And there are a few cities in LA County, Orange County that can attest that all it takes is one. Ask the city of Downey, they brought in portals. 10 years later, there's 36 new restaurants in the whole downtown area. That's just one of many examples of what's possible just with having one simple restaurant come to our downtown area. So
Can you get us a Portos?
I know.
that's in talk right now. Actually, great. That's a good one, Vice Mayor, in a good way. In a strategic plan, as you can see, I won't go into all of them, but it does cover all 5 points. That's how important this particular potential grant, if approved, what could bring into our valley. And the purpose is quite simple. We've heard council on the strategic plans. Quality of life is in. So we want to revitalize the downtown area. Well, it's a destination. I want you to all, while I'm presenting, to think to yourselves, when was the last time that you heard or you yourself view downtown Hemet as a destination? It's a Saturday night. You want to go to downtown, maybe just the past 2 weeks, because we have our pop-up food truck there, so you can't use the last 2 weeks. But before that, when was the last time you really felt, you know what, I'm going to go to downtown? We want to make sure you feel that. We stimulate economic growth. Again, one comes in, has a success, more follows. And I mentioned this, I think it was last week at the Planning Commission, or maybe not, but when developers, business owners, investors come into play and they're talking to one another, I may have mentioned this, they're not talking about sports events, they're not talking about sports scores or the NFL, they're talking about investment. Is the city of Hemet open for business? How is the entitlement process? What are they like? That's what we want to cover. Enhance, again, quality of life, preserve local character as we're going through a big rebranding. This is really going to have a place. Downtown. Support local entrepreneurship. Just here last week, we had 11 entrepreneurs that were here presenting on their business ideas. And they're not coming from LA County, folks. They're here. It's San Jacinto Valley. We have entrepreneurs that wanted to start a business, want to start their life here, want to start a family, buy a home, etc. The list goes on, but we need to provide them with that opportunity. And as a city, we owe them that. If they decided to make Hemet their home, we owe them to be able to build a great local ecosystem where there's no more. We have what they call we lose income. You know, we I can't think of the word right now, leakage. But we want to stop the leakages. Actually, even court tell them. Grant program overview. Again, it is a strategic initiative to revitalize the heart of downtown. We are going to be transforming with a culinary experience. That's what we want. And more importantly, for our downtown, we have a great area with the city hall, police, fire, all within the local area. We can really take advantage of this and create new employment opportunities. We are a blue-collar city. 97.3% of our businesses are small businesses, 0 to 15 employees, folks. So we are definitely not having these white-collar jobs, and we hope that with creation of new employment opportunities, people can move up the career ladder, and there is career ladders in the hospitality realm. I want to make that clear. You can start off as simple as being a bus person, move your way up to owning an actual restaurant. I think the Vallarta Market, the owner, general manager there, is a great success story. Started off as someone bagging food and now operates a full store. Kudos to Mauricio out there at a Vallarta Market. Downtown kitchen grant examples. Here are a couple of some of them. We did present it, as I mentioned last week, to the Planning Commission, and some of their feedback. You may have heard it earlier from our city manager that potentially the amount allocated for this grant may be enough to get a refrigerator. They said that facetiously, but that's the kind of pricing that some of these kitchens they're going for. They're pretty pricey. So what we're hoping is there is skin of the game. There's 20% match that they're going to be putting into on top of the grant that we'll be able to provide to them. Here's a little bit of the program breakdown. Council did approve. Thank you very much for the $300,000 for this fiscal year. A little question mark for the 25-26 fiscal year, as maybe council would like to bring this back if it's successful for a different one. Who knows? With the guidance of the city manager. Program eligibility. We want to make sure that we're not just necessarily bringing in anybody. It is open to businesses. We want to make sure they've been in business. You know, they've experienced failure, because with failure comes success. You know, you've hit rock bottom. You know what it takes to get up. So we want a detailed business plan. We really want to know if they've been in business for a few years. They understand the hospitality sector, more importantly, the subdivision of hospitality, restaurants. Have they operated a restaurant? Have they been a general manager? What kind of capital do they have? So we are going to ask for a detailed budget with a cost breakdown on those line items, supporting documentation, making sure they're in good standing through GoBiz, business licensing, any lease agreements. And it's really important to know their financial status. Again, they can come in with a beautiful idea, but there's no background to support it. So we want to make sure that they're able to support at least the 20 percentile. Here's a little bit of the downtown specific plan. We're really going to push forward in the heart of downtown, but these are this is the location of our currently our downtown. It's going to be a little different from the commercial facade improvement program. We're going to have more in a sense of internal staff kind of selecting, choosing, and seeing where that goes and present it later on. Here are the eligible items. I know you got this as a staff report, so I won't go into all of them. The first one was actually supposed to be another eligible item, but for some reason I put detailed business plan was part of the plan there. So kitchen equipment, commercial grade oven, we have a dishwasher, all of the necessities you're going to need to be successful. We really need to bring investment to our downtown, and I genuinely mean that. We have one great restaurant. We started getting some great reviews. We started getting the hashtags as we're building on the Hemet specific downtown. Hemet Rices. We have the botanical gardens. We have the commercial facade improvement program. It's a different kind of vibe that you're getting now here in the city of Hemet. And if we don't do it now, it's going to be harder as time progresses. As I mentioned last week in our at our planning commission, our southwest cities are doing some great work in luring investment, bringing in business. So we want to make sure that we're part of that mix and we're getting just equally, if not more, that type of investment. Because if we don't move now, last thing we want is to be a Route 66 ghost town destination. Those are great to visit, but you 100% depend on tourism. That's the last thing we want. We want to be a place where you can shop, live, and experience a great environment. And then we're just kind of finishing off here. Thank you for indulging me this evening. Some of the program procedures. We are going to open up the application if approved by council tonight here in the upcoming week or two. Keep it open for about 30 to 60 days, kind of depending what the city manager is feeling. On that sense, we'll go on with a selection, award the grant, and it's going to be on a reimbursement portion. I want to just make clear that it is a reimbursement. They're not going to have to pay us back the money. It is a grant, so just wanted to make that clear. I know last week in planning there was maybe a little, not confusion, but clarification. So it is us giving them funding, a grant, and we will be able to reimburse them in a 1, 2, or 3 payment installments. It is a big investment, so we understand that. But ultimately, as I close up this presentation, as you may have heard me say, Hemet is back, and we are back, and we need to put skin in the game. And as we go to ICSC, this is it's hospitality. It only helps us even more as we're presenting that. Hey, not only do we pass the economic strategic plan, we pass the commercial facade, vandalism, trash enclosure, and now a kitchen grant. It speaks volumes that we are open for business. We want investment, and regardless of some of the outcomes as recent, we are open for business, and we want to bring in the type of sectors to bring in a more prosperous city. So I do want to thank council for indulging me this evening and the city manager, and I'll take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Are there any comments or questions from the city council?
I love the enthusiasm.
Thank you, council member.
It's a good program.
Thank you very much.
One question.
Yes, council member.
Sorry about that. Couple questions.
Yes.
This $300,000 grant, is this for an individual, one entity, or multiple entities? And if it's for multiple, are you going to put a limit on how many people can apply for it?
Yeah, that's a great point on that one. And in that portion, we are hoping to hopefully subdivide it. We weren't thinking more than 3 grants at 100,000, but if we get a good business plan and a phenomenal, they're ready to go, shovel ready, depending on the decision, we may just award one person, but it could be potential to. Not sure the city manager would like to add more to that. I may have missed.
Councilmember Males, we've designed this program to be very flexible for you. And so we do anticipate some period of an application process to begin with, understand the interest in the program, and then we're going to be making recommendations to you. And we'd like to work with the business ad hoc to present options and recommendations to the council. And so the council will make the decision on award of grants.
Because it's going to cost, the equipment you showed on the, up there on the screen, that alone was $100,000. So it's, you know, is that going to be enough, 300,000?
No, and that's a very good point, Councilmember, and I appreciate you bringing that up. It may not be enough to really get it going. That's why we're asking for 20% investment. But as the Planning Commission gave recommendations, maybe adding additional funding to the grant could support it, make it more lucrative at $500,000. Because you're right, I looked at some pricing. Just a dishwasher and a commercial fridge is running you over $50,000 to $75,000 just on that alone.
So Councilmember Males, at the budget workshop earlier today, we penciled in an additional $200,000 that would be appropriated in the fiscal year 25-26 that would supplement the existing $300,000 funding. And given the timing associated with the award of contract and near-term budget decisions on next year's budget, we would anticipate being able to grow that to some number. And at the moment, we're recommending an additional $200,000, but that's something that you can provide some feedback on.
Great, thank you. What about the locations? Is the city giving buildings that the city owns for these entities, or?
The applicant will need to have site control, essentially, or some agreement with the property owner if they're not the property owner, to establish that they have a legitimate project that's able to move forward. And they would need to be in the downtown specific plan area.
Thank you.
That is correct. And we really look forward to working with the business ad hoc to really guide us and let us know some of the proposals. And based on some of the calls that we've received and early inquiries from the Planning Commission, we do expect a nice turnout for this grant. At least 10 plus applications, minimum based on the response we received thus far, Council Member.
Any other comments? Can I have a motion to approve?
I motion to approve this.
And a second.
Downtown.
I think you got it.
I have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Males?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes,
That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Council.
thank you. Can we have a report from staff for item 22D?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Tiffany Barnett, Administrative Services Director. Tonight, I'm going to give you a presentation of the California Municipal Health Financial Health Diagnostic. This is actually a tool that came to me via our city manager. It actually turned out to be a great exercise, and I find myself wondering why we never utilized it before in the past, because it is very simplistic in how you have to go about it, and it gives you results that are just very easy to understand. So with that, we're going to go ahead and start the presentation. Okay. The diagnostic is actually a tool developed by Michael Coleman, who is a principal fiscal policy advisor for the California Society of Municipal Finance Officers. It's actually a report card to validate areas in which the city is fiscally healthy, identify programs and areas to improve, help management and elected officials identify and act to remedy problems and address them before they become unmanageable, avoid being blindsided by problems, and help others understand the financial position. This tool was initiated by the League of California Cities and has been endorsed by the GFOA, which is the Governmental Finance Officer Association, and used by numerous cities throughout California. So an overview of the diagnostic is divided into two sections. The first section is a financial distress checklist, where you actually are using the current year, 2 prior years, and 3 years into the future. And this is actually a 14-point list of key indicators that determine your near-term financial health. The checklist is intended for use by policymakers and community members and to ask the important questions and get necessary answers. The second portion is the financial health indicators, which are linked to the 14-point checklist and provide more detailed formulas and methods of determining the financial condition. The second portion is actually, it uses current year and 2 prior years. So in doing the analysis, the financial distress checklist, you answer the questions here that are posing the question for warning signs, and it's an indication if your city is in crisis. So a failure to pay an undisputed claim from a creditor within 19 days past the claim, we do not meet that criteria. Failure to forward income taxes withheld for over 30 days past due. We pay all of our taxes on time, so we don't meet that criteria. The failure to make required pension fund contributions on time. We make those on time every pay cycle, so we do not meet that criteria. Missing a payroll for 7 days. We have never missed a payroll. Payrolls are always made on time and fully funded, so we do not meet that criteria. Available unrestricted fund balance for the general fund at current fiscal year will be negative. Currently, that is not occurring, so we do not meet that criteria. So on the financial distress checklist, we are not in a financial distress at this moment in time. Now, going into the financial health indicators, this is where we looked at it was the current year and the prior 2 years. So if you go in and you do this years moving forward, of course, these indicators are going to change. So this is just taking into account this current fiscal year and the prior 2 fiscal years to identify if we are in any kind of caution area. So when you complete the questionnaire, you actually have 3 indicators, which is red, yellow, and green. So it's just like a signal. If you have no issues with anything, so you're green and you're healthy. If you do meet some of the criteria, usually it's just in one of those years, it becomes a cautionary indicator. And then if you meet that that indicator 2 times in those 3 years, it becomes a danger zone to be looking out for. So as you can see, the first 6 measures are actually measures of the financial health of the city. The net operating deficit or surplus states that there's no recurring general fund operating deficits. We know that going into this current fiscal year, we did use reserves to help fund the deficit that we had. So knowing that, we are in a cautionary state. Going into next year, if the way that the budget has been laid out for next fiscal year, we are operating in a deficit, so this category would turn red. But as it stands right now, we are at a cautionary status. Our fund balance, as we know, is very healthy at this point in time. Capital assets, we do contribute to replacing all of our capital equipment. So we do have funding available for that so that we are in a healthy status. Our liquidity, our short-term and cash investments are very robust at this point in time. So we are healthy. we make all the check marks for that one. Our fixed costs and labor costs, including debt service and other contractual obligations, salary and benefits are stable or decreasing over multiple years relatively to reasonable expected growth. Right now, we are in a healthy status. Again, this might be something that will change in future years. The general fund subsidies or other funds, any general fund subsidies or enterprise and special funds are sustained in compliance in adopted policy. And what this means is that the health of all of our other funds, which they are all operating, none of them are in a deficit, and they all have significant fund balances. And what we like to try and do is make sure that we're maintaining in, especially our internal service revenue, internal service funds, we have a 90-day operating capital maintained in there in case of a rainy day. The next series of indicators are practices and conditions. So constraints on budgetary discretion, we're doing good. Council's authority to make budget changes is not excessively constrained by charter, contract, or law. So that just means that you don't have a lot of red tape into being able to provide appropriations for certain items. The cautionary point is balancing the budget with temporary funds. We have done that this current year by using the salary savings. We have not had to resort to selling any kind of assets or deferring maintenance on anything, but that is something that we do need to watch carefully so that we can keep it out of the red. The other items are healthy for the balancing the budget with borrowing, use of short-term borrowing, internal borrowing, and transfers from special funds to balance the general fund has been limited or nothing thereof. Balancing the budget by deferring employee compensations has not occurred. Balancing the budget with backloaded debt service payment. Fortunately, the city has no debt, so we don't have to worry about that. Funding operating costs with non-recurring revenues. We don't have any flags or indicators in that category. The timeliness for and accuracy of financial reporting. There is a cautionary status, and that is only for the reason that we are not timely in reporting our ACFR. And I can stand before you and take full responsibility for that. The past 2.5 years has been very challenging for the finance department, and we have not been fully staffed. And we've had several other projects that have come our way that have been very consuming, along with trying to find a new insurance broker and liability coverage, and the implementation of a new ERP. So our regular tasks have been kind of pushed down the line, which has delayed us in our reporting. But I can commit to you that we are going to do better in the future. That's something that we always hold ourselves to each year. And then something usually happens, but this next year is going to be better. And then this is, they just ask you questions on your financial policies. And we do have general accounting policies that do cover a lot of these items here. They don't go into great detail, which me as the director would love to actually go and dig in deeper into these policies. So it actually addresses more of the concerns and gives better guidance for the future employees that have to operate under the policies. The one that we do not have is a pay-as-you-go financing, but we do not practice that. So we don't really have to address that one, but that is one that we do need to incorporate into our financial policies. So as far as policies go, they are, we do have them covered. We do need to elaborate on them and expand on those. And we are working on that as we speak. So that concludes my presentation of the health diagnostic. And if you have any questions, I am available.
Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Tiffany? I'd just like to say it's a really good report.
Thank you.
And
It was-
I like that you're taking it from Cal Cities because they've got a
Mhm.
lot of experience
Mhm.
and, you know, they've got a lot of good programs and they help cities out. So it's good that we're
Yeah.
using a tool that they have that's proven.
Yeah,
So
it was a fun task to go through and gather all of your information. You drop it into the cells in the PowerPoint and it actually calculates everything for you. And you just have to match the categories and then pick your indicator if it's, you know, red, yellow, or green. So it's very intuitive and it's very easy to use. That's why I'm surprised a lot of other cities aren't utilizing it, or we haven't done it in the past either.
Mhm.
So
very good.
it was a great experience.
Was this from your new software that you had installed, or?
No, this was actually came recommended by Mark.
Wow.
From the California League of
Who's
Cities.
Mark?
Mark, yeah, the gentleman here at the end. He's been here a couple times.
Okay. I had to get everyone to smile, so.
Anything else from the council? Thank you for your presentation,
Thank you.
and we are
Thank
going to
you.
receive and file this report. And this is something we haven't done for a while. We are actually going to give city council staff reports and city manager, because we've had some really, really long meetings lately, and we've been kind of just like, okay, we'll talk about something next time. But we have time tonight, so I want to hear what our council has to say.
Okay. Let me go here first. This one. RCTC, the last commission meeting, we approved several things, but one of the really exciting things was a approval of a software program called Software as a Service, which is a contract with Replica to provide full access to its data program for a 3-year term. Now, this Replica will provide comprehensive traffic and population movement data based on dozens of sources, including location-based service as from cell phones, connected vehicle data from both personal and commercial vehicles, points of interest in other public and property real estate, and member agencies. This is the good part. Member agencies, which includes Hemet, will have access to the service through RCTC's commission staff, and commission staff will coordinate with agency staff on access, terms, coordination, and training. So Public Works, get ready. This is going to be exciting. This also ties right in with what SCAG has done, Southern California Association of Governments Transportation Committee, in coming up with a program, big data program, that gives estimates on street repair, traffic signal implementation, and traffic counts, accident counts, you name it, that you can bring this all together and plug in all of your numbers, and it will tell you whether you need a 4-way stop, a caution, a merge, a traffic signal, and approximately how much it's going to cost you. So between RCTC and SCAG, they're finally getting that big data thing that none of us can afford individually and making it accessible to cities who are member agencies of all of these things. So that was really, really, really exciting. At RTA, ridership on buses in Western Riverside County for the same month to last year is up 11.6%. And so far this fiscal year, it is overall up 9.2%. And Go Micro in Hemet San Jacinto is one of the best programs that they have initiated in many, many years. And the ridership on Go Micro is growing by the day. Also at the T Now meeting, which I invite people from the public to come to, it's the Hemet San Jacinto chapter of RTA, and we talk about local transportation issues and how to improve bus service in our area. And the 2 supervisors have people who come, we have school board members, we have police, we have both cities, and everybody reports out on what they're all doing. But I did learn at that meeting that the county has is going to install a traffic signal at Yale and Stetson. It is in the design stage, and they expect to have it installed by October, which will just really slow down traffic on Stetson. But it'll make it safer for people who want to come out on Yale. Another thing on SCAG, last Friday, I think it was, I was invited to go with the Inland Empire Mobile Workshop to an Amazon facility in Ontario. And it is their Amazon Fulfillment Center on Eucalyptus and Merrill. 1.7 million square feet, 2-story, incorporating robots with humans, which was really interesting. And their robots aren't the big things that I envisioned. That would be, like the Hulk walking all over the place and doing things. They're sequestered in an area, and they're like little Rombas, whatever you have in your house to, clean your floors. 2 different types of things. One, a floor model that had a stack on it that was programmed on a grid on the floor, and it would go here and there and go up to people, and then the people would sort and take things out and put things in, so working together, humans and robots. The other was a larger one that looked like an R2-D2, and but it was the same type of thing that was for taking things that were already packed and ready for shipment over to the shipping area instead of a person walking over and doing it. It was really interesting. But it is a sign of the time. I also paid attention to setbacks and landscaping and distance to houses and a lot of good information. So Cal Cities, the next general meeting is May 19th in Indio, and I think just about everybody will be at ICSC. So it's like, why are you having a meeting when most city people are going to be at ICSC? But it's May 19th. Anyway, I attended so many of the things that everybody else has gone to, and our mayor will report out on a whole lot of those. But I did want to say that the library tomorrow is Family Day, and the Little Wigglers is the next Thursday. Is that what yes? Okay, so tomorrow is Family Reading Day, and Thursday is the Little Wigglers. That's the little ones, from 0 to 5. Yeah. It's entertaining. You really need to go and watch them because they really are little wigglers. And I think that's about it, because I know everybody else will talk about the fast pitch and the Ramona and blah, 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 and all of that. It's been an exciting 2 weeks. There's just been a lot going on and a lot of positive things in the city. So, good going, everybody.
He's talking. He's waiting for you to acknowledge him.
The Hemet Youth applications are in. I believe there are 13 of them. Is that correct?
We have 13, maybe 14, and applications are going to be accepted through the end of this month.
Yes.
And we have 11 slots.
Right. So that's going well.
Very well.
The food trucks are just, they're fun. If you haven't been out there, you got to get out there. What else is going on in the city? All sorts of stuff. We've got Ramona, of course. And then we have Joe.
Talking to me?
Yeah, talking to you.
Are we ready? Okay. Here in Hemet, locally, I'm not sure if you're aware of the food truck festival that we have every Saturday next to the old theater off of Florida and Carmelita. But it's really nice. It's good. We have a lot of food trucks there. This Saturday, we're supposed to have the lobster truck there. So if you like lobster or crab, come and join us. We'll be there. What else? RTA has announced service changes effective May 11, 2025, which include adjustments to several routes to improve bus service and connections. Additionally, a public hearing is scheduled for May 22nd to discuss the proposed fiscal year 26 budget and the fiscal year 26 to 28 short-range transit plan, and a move towards sustainable transportation. RTA has partnered with Clean Energy to design and build new hydrogen fueling stations to support its growing hydrogen bus fleet. Everything else I crossed out. What else did we have? That's it for me. Thank you.
I don't have anything to report out on. I will be leaving for the City Leaders Summit tomorrow morning, very early, and then I did want to announce publicly that I will be moving out of the area on May 10th. So this is going to be my last regularly scheduled meeting, but I will be here until May 9th. I am on RCA and WRCOG. There is a meeting May 5th. I believe it's May 5th, which I can attend, or if my colleagues would like to, my alternates, we can figure that out. But I just want to say that it's with a heavy heart, but I've lived here since 1999. I worked for the city for 13 years. I was the infrastructure chairperson for almost 2 years until I was appointed to city council, which has been almost 2 years. So I've dedicated most of my career to the city, but I'm prioritizing my family. So I'm relocating and accepted a position in Northern California, but I just would like to thank all my colleagues and staff and the community. It's been wonderful, and I wish Hemet the best.
Thank you, Carol. We're going to miss you. You've been such a great asset to our city council, and I wish you well up north. So, okay, so I'm doing something different today. We go through the line, and by the time they get to me, they've said everything usually, right? Well, I'm going to touch on what we had last week, the fast pitch entrepreneur session. Councilmember Krupa and Males and myself attended this, and what a fun event it was. Ben organized it all with the help of Maya, his assistant, and it was it was just so enlightening. It was just exciting to hear what our local people want to do and what they want to come up for businesses and ways to improve our community. So it was just a tremendous event, and I wish more of the public would have come because it was open to everybody. But it was our first inaugural one, and we're going to do it again next year. And we had a wonderful winner, a young lady that is just fabulous, and it's Morning Glory Coffee. And she started her business when she was a kid. And she has a mobile cart over on Sanderson and Esplanade, right? Yeah, and she wants to expand that more, maybe to a brick and mortar and that, but she was just fabulous. And there were some other candidates that were really, really good. So I thought maybe somebody else would have said that, but I had to say that. So I'm going to do something different tonight, and I'm hoping I can get this to work. Okay, I don't usually normally use a clicker, but I want to say on April 11th, I had the pleasure of attending the donation of a fire engine to the City of Hemet from Pechanga Fire Department at their station number 1. Pechanga Fire Chief Jason Keeling had the honor of presenting the keys to Hemet Fire Chief Eddie Sell as Deputy Fire Chief Ryan Webb and City Manager Mark Prestwich looked on. Tribal Chairman Mark Macaro was also on hand, as well as many dignitaries and staff members. This fire engine has less miles than some of the present engines and is in great condition. It will be put in as a reserve unit or maybe even be used as a primary engine. We are very grateful to the Pechanga Fire Department and their leadership for this gracious donation. So thank you, Pechanga Fire Department. And I have a few pictures I want to show. Oh, Gus is right on it. So why don't you come up and just talk a little bit about it? You can describe it briefly.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. We were so honored that you were able to make it out there, and obviously our city manager as well. And like you said, and we were actually talking about this earlier today, that this is actually Pechanga's first fire engine. So when they organized their fire department in the early 1990s, they put an order in for a fire engine, and then in the late 1990s, this was actually the first one that they received. So it's a 1997 American LaFrance fire engine. And even though it's older, it looks great, and it's low mileage, and like you talked about, it actually has less miles than a couple of our frontline apparatus right now. So they were looking around for communities to actually sell this fire apparatus to, and then when they heard of our need, and thanks to a lot of great relationships with the chairman, Mark Macaro, and then also the fire chief, we're fortunate to be the recipient of this. So it's going to be a tremendous asset to the community, and we're just really excited because unfortunately right now, until we get our new fire engines, our current ones break down a lot, so this will be used all the time. And so thanks again for all the support, and now we just need to get the hose and the tools on it.
Okay.
And these are the two fire chiefs right here. And this is the tribal chairman with Chief Sell. And this is the group of people that were there present. There were some elected officials, there were tribal council members, some of their firefighters, and it was just really nice to meet these people, and they were so friendly and gracious, and it's a beautiful truck. So thank you. Thank you for your relations and getting this for the city of Hemet.
It's an honor, and we're just looking forward, as Mark says, we're looking forward to putting our black stripe and our logos on it, and you will see it out there. And not only that, but we're going to tease soon that there'll be some community events with the remodel of Station 1 coming up and some other apparatus push-in ceremonies.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
One question, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Do we have to put a building around it now?
We'll have that conversation. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And then I have another surprise. Hemet is known for being the home of the Ramona pageant, California's official outdoor play set in the Spanish colonial era. Started in 1923, the play is the longest-running outdoor play in the United States at 102 years old and is California's official play. Just last week, a star on the Palm Springs Walk of Stars was unveiled in Helen Hunt Jackson's honor. She was posthumously honored with the 477th star on the Palm Springs Walk of Stars in the category of literary on Wednesday, April 16th. Helen Hunt Jackson was a poet, a novelist, and one of the 19th century's most prominent advocates for Native American rights. Inspired by her friendship with Emily Dickinson, Jackson began her career as a poet and novelist, but became a passionate activist after meeting Chief Standing Bear on the Ponca Indian tribe in 1879. Her landmark 1881 book, A Century of Dishonor, was a scathing critique of the United States Indian policies. Jackson's most enduring legacy, however, is her 1884 novel, Ramona, which brought national attention to the struggles of Native Americans in Southern California. Ramona became a bestseller, inspired 5 films, and led to the creation of the Ramona pageant, our live outdoor play, first staged in 1923. The play, still performed annually, is the longest-running outdoor play in the United States and was officially designated California's outdoor play in 1993. Since its publication in 1884, Ramona has never been out of print. In recognition of her contributions, Helen Hunt Jackson was honored with California's first and only literary landmark for a woman writer. If you haven't seen the play, please make sure to attend this year. It runs the last weekend of April and the first 2 weekends in May. And now I'd like to show you some pictures from that event. It was wonderful. It was very well planned. It was the perfect length. It was well attended, and we all had a good time that went out there. This is our crowd. That's only half of them that was there. The other side was equally filled. And then there were some people standing, and it was just really a nice representation by the city of Hemet and others, and all but one of our board members was there. So it was really good. This is a portrait that was done by James Egan. He's an artist who has done many famous personalities. He has done all kinds of movie stars and, different personalities, and he did this one of Helen Hunt Jackson that was just beautiful. And standing there is Joel Vig, and he is a actor, director, and writer, and he is one of the people that spearheaded the star for Helen Hunt Jackson, along with one of our local people, Deborah Dawn, and she is just a spark plug. I'm telling you, she hangs around with Joel Vig a lot, and they go to a lot of plays, and I mean, those two together, they're just comical. They're just wonderful. So, and there she is on the left side is Deborah Dawn, and that's actually her dad on the right, who is Joel Grindstaff, and he is the president of the board right now, and he's our EMWD board member now. So that was a cute little presentation that they did there. And the next one is the big reveal. So we had several people down there, and this is like taking the star off of the permanent one. And look at the joy on these people's faces. I mean, Deborah Dawn was like crying, right, Linda? She was crying. She just couldn't believe that she had seen this and how great it was, because they worked hard and long to get this approved. The mayor in the blue shirt, he's the mayor of Palm Springs. He was there as well. And this is a picture of Alessandro and Ramona, and their real names are Shirley Casillas and Eli Santana. And to the right is Dwayne Menard, and he is the first Native American director for the Ramona play. So that's a milestone that we're very proud of. And then this is some of the people from Hemet that came. So this is all the board members minus one person. On the left is Clarissa Sanchez, who is San Jacinto's council member liaison. I'm kind of to the end in the yellow. And then Kevin from the Chamber of Commerce came too. So we had good representation, and it was a wonderful day. So thank you for indulging me, and come out to the Ramona play. City manager, follow that.
That's an act I can't follow. But I do have a few updates for you. No PowerPoint. This Saturday, we had our final planning meeting today at the office, and during the meeting, near the end of the meeting, we hit our goal of having 500 people from the community sign up. So this is great. It's this Saturday. It's going to be held at West Valley High School. That's where people show up. They grab a cup of coffee, they get their assignment, and they head out into the field. Registration is essentially closed now, but people can still walk on and attend and help, and we have jobs that we can appoint them to. But this is really great. You're going to see a lot of bright green shirts out in Hemet on Saturday morning, very early, beginning around this actually. You can walk in at 6:30 and leave at 7:30 with an appointment. Next, we're going to follow this with the Hemet Beautification Contest. So this is coming soon. It's just a little teaser, but it's going to follow Hemet Beautiful, and we'll open that up next month in early May. Next, we're having a Public Works open house. We're going to continue to talk more about this. You'll see this on social media. This is going to be on May 17th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Great opportunity for families to bring their children out. There's a number of games and food, and even we're going to touch equipment and show the public what happens behind the scenes there. That location is 3777 Industrial Avenue. You heard a little bit of talk about the Food Truck Festival, but I did not hear the time. So I'm just going to plug it again. It's from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. It's going to be on Saturdays for the next 6 weeks at Carmelita in Florida. So we hope to have you out there. It's right next door to the downtown theater on that lot there. And then finally, we're really looking forward to the Hemet AM 2025. Looking over at Ben Sandoval because he's put this skating tournament together. It's going to be May 23rd through the 25th at the Gibble Skate Plaza. So that's located at 2350 right next to the Hemet Valley Mall. Thank you.
There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned to the next City Council meeting on May 13th, 2025. Thank you for joining us tonight.